thing. You just know it's another bill. You want end this but you can't take it and have nothing inside your will. Well, every day you feel you want to get, cause it seems you don't have no love. You got families, plenty friends, but nobody don't give up. Well, everybody go through the struggle. Some people get worse than you. We have some people existing and they don't have a clue. You can't do this thing without faith. Trusting God and you will be great. Nothing about the way. Hey, hey. You've been young and I can relate. When my burden is overweight. Nothing about the way. Hey, hey.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's edition of Nation Watch. It's Palm Sunday. We are now in the middle of the Easter season, where Christians will reflect on the persecution, the crucifixion, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It is a very, very important season in the life of the Christian community. We are also, I believe, in the middle of the fasting month of Ramadan and the holy period on the Hindu calendar as well. So we're in a very, very holy period of time. And it is a good time to reflect on some very, very important issues in the life of our country. So today, I'd like to extend to all Guyanese, wherever you may be, and to every person joining us, the peace and tranquility that accompanies this very solemn season that we're in. So, today we'll be discussing matters which touch and concern the rule of law, compliance with our national constitution, and other related matters. Joining me on today's program of Nation Watch is a gentleman who has committed most of his life to law enforcement and who has made richer law enforcement in Guyana and within the region. He is a stalwart of the particular area of professionalism, and he is a Guyanese who has demonstrated that he is willing to stand up for justice and fairness. Ladies and gentlemen, my guest today is Mr. Paul Slow, who is a retired Assistant Commissioner of Police of tremendously long service to law enforcement in Guyana. And Mr. Slow, as you know, has also served in the capacity as Chairman of the Police Service Commission. I think that was appointed in 2017. Mr. Slow, welcome to Nation Watch, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'm happy to be here, and happy Palm Sunday to all our Christian brothers and sisters.
You have created a space here, Mr. Slow, particularly in the social media fraternity and in the mainstream media by what you have been doing as an advocate for transparency, particularly in the area of police and professionalism in policing. What drove you, Mr. Slow, to do what you're doing now? What was your inspiration, sir?
Well, let me say, you didn't said that I was a member, retired Assistant Commissioner of Police. I served the Ghana Police Force for 37 years. I retired in 2010. In 2018, I was appointed chairman of the Police Service Commission. And in 2020, when the government changed, the President President Irfan Ali, made some overtures to me in respect of promotions of members in the Guyana Police Force. As some of your viewers may know, the Police Service Commission, the Constitution of Guyana says that the Police Service Commission is the body responsible for promoting ranks in the Guyana Police Force from inspector to assistant commissioner. So I headed that body from 2018, and the life is 3 years. So automatically on the 8th of August 2021, the life would have ended. Now, as I indicated, the president wanted some people promoted, and the rules of the commission did not permit for them to be promoted because they all had pending disciplinary matters. So on the 23rd of December 2020, the commission met and created a short list for further consideration. And the night of December the 23rd, the president and I had a conversation, and the president, it was clear he learned of the promotion shortlist. We the members of the Police Service Commission later learned through an affidavit from Senior Superintendent Calvin Brutus that the promotion shortlist was leaked to him by a confidential source at the Police Service Commission. That is what he said in an affidavit. So it became obvious that the president knew of that list, and the president was irate over the fact that his people were not promoted. And they put a mechanism, there was this diabolical plan thereafter to dismantle the Police Service Commission. So what they did, the following day, December the 24th, the Minister of Home Affairs, Mervyn, communicated with the then acting Commissioner of Police, Nigel Appy, indicating that he wanted several officers, some of whom were shortlisted for promotions, to be charged criminally. Now, to us, it was clear that that was done because of the communication between myself and the president, and I indicated to him that persons with pending disciplinary matters cannot be considered for promotion. So they decided to take the next step and to ask or to instruct the commissioner to have some officers charged criminally, not departmentally, not disciplinarily, criminally for varying offenses. And so that's on the 24th of December 2020. The very day, Senior Superintendent Brutus wrote to some officers to tell them that they were being investigated by SOCU and CID headquarters. Again, several different offenses were named, dereliction of duty and the like. So then on the 31st of December, people may know that traditionally in the Guyana Police Force, promotions are released on the 31st of December, what we call Ole's Night.
Right.
So on that very day, while the commission was in the final process of finalizing the list, we got basically an injunction was filed preventing the commission from continuing to do its work. Now that injunction went through the stages in the court, and what happened thereafter is that suddenly we learned on the, matter of fact, to be exact, on the 19th of May, Mr. Conway and some other serving and retired police officers, I was abroad at the time, were arrested on a trumped-up charge of conspiracy to commit fraud. And this related to the request by the then Commissioner of Police, Mr. Leslie James, to Mr. Conway, myself, and some retired officers to assist in revising the police standing orders. So we agreed to do that, and we were subsequently paid a stipend without any request from us. And they claimed that that was conspiracy to commit fraud. So on the 19th, Conway was arrested and the others were arrested. Now, interestingly, if you look at the timeline, the 19th was, I think, a Thursday, and the following week, the Chief Justice was billed to rule on this challenge brought by Brutus, and he was joined by some other officers. And the ruling did not come down then. And the very day, the very 19th of May, 2021, having the charges, one charge having been filed, the Prime Minister wrote to us, Mr. Conway and myself, for us to show cause why he should not advise the President to have us suspended from the Police Service Commission because of this criminal charge, this trumped-up charge that was brought against us. I suspect that having regards to the Carville Duncan's issue, Carville Duncan was the chairman of the Public Service Commission.
Public Service Commission,
and
right.
in 2017, I think, or 2016, I think it was, President Granger moved to suspend him because he was charged. And the Attorney General now, Mr. Anil Nandalal, argued successfully that the process employed, that is to say, a person who is charged is presumed innocent, and you can't use that to suspend them. So that, we were asked to respond to that. We responded through our lawyers to that show cause letter. And then again, on the 1st of June, another show cause letter from the Prime Minister, this time to all members of the Police Service Commission, for us to show cause why we should not be suspended from that body, This time, the reason given was that the commission adjoined with Member of Parliament Moish Maipal to challenge the validity of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act. And the reason why we did so is a long story. I don't think time will permit me to go into that now. But it was clear that they were trying their level best to find a reason to suspend the commission. So on the 16th of June, 2021, each of us, each member of the Police Service Commission received a letter from the president to say that we were suspended with immediate effect. And the significance of that, apart from the actual purported suspension, was the fact that the Chief Justice was set to rule on the 18th of June. So on the 18th of June, the Chief Justice was set to rule in this challenge brought by Brutus and others. And the president moved, and we argued unconstitutionally, and the judge supported that argument, to suspend the commission. Now, the ruling was not handed down on the 18th, the ruling was deferred to the 28th. And on the 28th of June, when the Chief Justice ruled, the Chief Justice threw out the challenge brought by Brutus and the others. The commission then released the promotion, which has been pending since December 31st, 2020. And well, we challenged, once we got the suspension, our lawyer, we had one lawyer at that time, Mr. Selwyn Peters from Canada, wrote to the president advising that the action that he took was unconstitutional. And further, he said that he advised his client that we should continue to do our work because of this unconstitutional and unlawful attempt to suspend the commission. And we continue to do our work. So the 28th, we released the promotion. And on the 29th of June, the Attorney General said that the government will not recognize the promotions. And they have not recognized the promotion until day like today. So that, and you asked for the reason for me to be so vocal in the past year or so, is that having been charged, as I indicated, on the 19th of May 2021, I was out of the jurisdiction. I returned to in Guyana on the 13th of October 2021 with the sole intention of attending court. I turned up on court on the 15th of October to answer the charge of conspiracy to commit fraud. And what's his name? Ramana from Soku and other ranks from Soku are at the Georgetown Magistrate Court to arrest me for the same charge that I appeared in court to answer. And some of the things that transpired there, including the fact that Ramana is telling me that he's arresting me for the charges already before the court, which is unlawful. Then he's further telling me that he has to arrest me to read the caution after charge, which is rubbish. Caution after charge a caution after charge is not read when the person is charged, and already the matter is already before the court. So I recognize then that these people lack knowledge. And this Ramana I'm referring to, he is one of the senior investigators at Soku. And I said to myself that if senior man like Ramana at Soku, one of the leading investigators, don't know that you cannot read caution after charge then, and that you cannot arrest a person who is attending court for the same matter that he's attending court. So I said something is wrong. So I started on the 22nd of December 2021. I launched this program, Speaking Out. You could see the background there, to educate the ranks in the force, in one case, to educate and to point out corruption. As I said, I'm exposing corruption and incompetence. And there have been so many instances of corruption and incompetence. So that is what I do on the program. I've been very vocal. I've been speaking out, calling them out for the incompetence and the corruption, and also writing letters to the media to highlight these issues. So that is the basis of that.
Thank you very much for the extensive background there, Mr. Slow. You, while a serving police officer, you gain popularity for a few, well, in my recollection, two very, very important issues. One was in the midst of a protest in Kingston. I believe you were in charge of the riot squad, the tactical services unit at the time. And your team was called out and you acted very, very professionally. I believe a shotgun was discharged in the prescribed manner to disperse the crowd. And one side of Guyana's political divide became upset with you, and another side became um, very happy about the way you handled yourself. And then there was another matter where you had relieved a certain businessman of a firearm. And according to the news reports, you were directed by a political operative, now deceased, to reverse your decision. And I remember feeling very, very proud of you when you said publicly that you take instructions from the commissioner of police, and that if any instructions may be coming your way with regard to anything, you would advise that it be channeled through your reporting officer. And so the level of professionalism of Paul Slow can easily be determined to be balanced, fair, and just. I gather that there was an attempt, from what you told us earlier, there was an attempt to seek to compromise this gentleman, Paul Slow, ask him to compromise his professionalism, to bend over backwards to facilitate the request of the executive. I think it is not, I feel strongly that it is remarkable that one Guyanese citizen can stand up for what is right, what is fair, what is just, what is reasonable, what is lawful. How do you view the political attempts to get Paul Slow, the professional, to bend over backwards? How do you feel about the person and the office in that regard?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to bend because I'm no acrobat. You see, I'm no acrobat, so I'm not going to I'm no acrobat. I'm no contortionist. And to put things in perspective, you spoke about 1997. I think it was in
Yes.
Kingston, but even before then, in 1992, remember we had this election on the 5th of October 1992,
Yes.
when the PPP returned to power. At that time, I was the officer in charge of the Tactical Services Unit. And if people recall correctly, on the very election day, we had a lot of confusion in town. People rioted along Regent Street. And I went out there with the unit, the riot unit, and we dealt with the matter in a very professional way and was able to restore order in Georgetown in a very short space of time, because that was the professional thing to do. It didn't matter to me that, look, people were saying that the people who were rioting were PNC supporters. And again, some people bring race into it. They were black people. That doesn't matter. That was not a consideration for me. I am a professional officer. People were breaking the law, regardless of who they were. I went out there and I did what was the professionally correct thing. And order was restored in Georgetown in a short time. And up to date, like today, many businessmen who were wrong then would remind me of my professional action at that time. In the meeting I had with the president on the 16th of September 2020, he reminded me of that, and he told me how happy they were, right? So then you fast forward to 1997 outside Kingston. Again, there was disturbance there. I was not in charge of the TSU at the time. I was the second in command of what was then A Division, Brickdam. And I was the senior man on the ground when persons attacked the police. One police rank actually fell to the ground bleeding. And at that time, I thought it was necessary to take action. And with the use of a shotgun, I was able to disperse the crowd. And again, as you rightly pointed out, I at that time was seen by the government, that 1992 onward, as the most professional police officer there was, because I was prepared to do what was the professionally correct thing. Conversely, the opposition at that time, I was labeled as all kind of label, PPP, people call me Janet Jagan Stooge, and all kind of thing. they said. But I remained a professional. So fast forward again to 2003, I was a commander in Borbies, New Amsterdam. My office was at New Amsterdam. There was a matter involving a businessman over at Rosiknal where his son was shot. And during the course of the investigation, the police seized the firearm that belonged to the son and the firearm that belongs to the father because they lived in the same house. And the police wanted to do ballistic checks to determine which firearm was used. The minister, you have been very political by saying the person deceased, and yes, he's deceased. Minister Gadraj called me and instructed me to return the firearm. I politely advised him that the investigation had not reached the stage for the firearm to be returned. And we had this discussion, and I told him plain that I was not going to return the firearm. I told him that he should communicate with the commissioner. And then he ordered me, he said that he was ordering me to return the firearm. And then he went on to say that I should comply and then complain. So I told him, no, sir, I cannot be compelled to carry out an illegal order, and you're giving me an illegal order. I will not carry that out. The president himself, I was summoned to see President Jagdeo in his office. I went there and I explained to him what happened, and he was trying to convince me that I should apologize to the minister. I asked him, apologize for what? I did not do any wrong. So he said, yes, they accept. He did agree that I did not do any wrong, but he said he wanted to bring closure to the matter, so I should apologize. I refuse to apologize because I don't think I should apologize if I did not do any wrong. And then the president himself called me. I saw the president the Wednesday. I have all of these dates written down. And he called me the Monday following and told me that he had expected an apology by that time and threatened that if he did not receive an apology from me by that afternoon, he was going to side with the minister and I will have to suffer the consequences. This is almost verbatim. I did not apologize. I offered an explanation in writing following the advice of my lawyer, the late, great Peter Britton. I offered and then what they did then, they attempted to get me to remove him from the force. I received a letter saying that I was going to be reassigned to the Financial Investigation Unit. We moved to the courts to challenge that because my lawyer said that amounted to removal from office without cause. And basically they backed down. They backed down when I took the matter to court, and I remained in Borbies until 2004 when I was transferred to A Division. And then I moved from A Division to headquarters in the seat of the Deputy Commissioner of Operations, and then I retired in 2010. So yes, I've had a long history in doing the professional thing. And many times you do the professional thing, they don't like that. So here you have a case, as I said, in 2020, where the president is trying to get me involved in a corrupt scheme. And because I stood up and said and did not participate in that scheme, they decided that they were going to criminalize me. 4 charges, 3 sexual offense charges, and 1 conspiracy to commit fraud. Those are working their way through court, so I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of those charges. But I am confident, just as how last Friday or Friday before last, Justice Gino Prasad ruled to say that the commission was unlawfully suspended. I am confident that when these matters are ventilated in court, you'll have a similar outcome. That is, the matters are going to be dismissed.
So here we have, viewers on Nation Watch, a champion for justice, a champion for the rule of law. Recently, you alluded to in your opening remarks, Mr. Slow, about the just concluded case before His Honor Justice Gino Prasad, Paul Slow versus the Police Service Commission et al., I believe is the title of the case. And I'm reading that the judge, among other things, described the action of the president in this matter as unlawful, ultra vires Article 225 of the Constitution, arbitrary, unreasonable, unfair, in violation of the suspended chairman and other commissioners' constitutional rights to protection of the law and due process of the law, and finally, null, void, and of no legal effect. How do you feel as a citizen standing up, not just in your own right, not just for your own right, but for the rights of all citizens of this country, setting precedent establishing a foundation basically for a democratic society to be further constructed upon. How does it make you feel having accomplished this kind of result from the kind of fight and with the support of your colleague, Mr. Conway, and your attorneys at law, Mr. Peters, Todd, and others?
First of all, I feel, I'm sure the others feel very vindicated, because it is not easy. I know it's not easy to come up against a government. And basically, we challenge the unconstitutional action of the president and by extension, the government, because I am sure that the president, he did say that he was advised by the prime minister in the letter of suspension. He was advised that by the prime minister to have us suspended. And I'm sure that the prime minister would have been advised by the attorney general, because in this matter, the prime minister signed an affidavit which was prepared by the attorney general. So, you know, it's not easy to come up against that type of force, people with deep pocket, and they try to stretch you out. But at the end of the day, people have been calling, people have been writing, people have been complimenting me on the result. And I have said to many of them that while you might see Slow as being victorious, and this police service commission that I chaired has been victorious, the decision of Justice Prasad is a victory for law and order and democracy, the rule of law, law and order, and democracy. So the standard is set. And let me say this. If one were to read the relevant article in the Constitution, there's Article 225, which the judge said was
which I'm looking at. Yeah.
It is pellucid. You don't have to be a lawyer to interpret and to understand that the president violated the Constitution. The Constitution sets out the process for the suspension or removal of a person from a commission, not only the Police Service Commission, any commission. A process is set out. The Attorney General himself, Friday night, Friday the 24th, he went on NCN and he admitted that a step wasn't followed. What he failed to say, that step, the establishment of a tribunal on the advice of the Judicial Service Commission, is a critical step in the process. It's a critical step in the process as outlined in Article 225 of the Constitution of Guyana. So they actually admitted. But what they tried to do, they tried to paint the picture that the commission that I chaired went rogue. And again, quoting the Attorney General, he said the commission went rogue. And because the commission went rogue, they wanted to invoke the doctrine of necessity to remove. In other words, violate the Constitution because it was necessary to do so. And it's rubbish. The judge, in the judge's ruling, just analyze all of that. One of the things the judge had to tell them about when it said about Slow and Conway being charged, the judge pointed to them to the relevant article in the Constitution which guarantees citizens the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. So even though we were charged, we are presumed innocent until proven guilty by a competent court of law. And interestingly, in the Carville Duncan case that I referred to earlier, Mr. Nandalal argued the same thing. He said that even though Mr. Duncan is charged, he is presumed innocent. He has not been convicted by any court. Yet still in our case, they wanted to use the fact that Connie and I were charged with a trumped-up charge of conspiracy to commit fraud to say that they were going to suspend. When perhaps they realized that they were not going to go anywhere with that, based on that precedent, they then said that we joined with politicians. We were no longer independent. We joined with politicians to challenge this Fiscal Management and Accountability Act. And interestingly, the Police Service Commission was not the only commission to join that action. Teaching Service Commission, the Public Service Commission, they all joined. Yet still, only the Police Service Commission was targeted. Only the Police Service Commission. And what I want your viewers to know too is that the attempt or the purported suspension of the Police Service Commission was on the 16th of June, 2021.
Yeah.
16th of June, 2021. I already said that the Chief Justice was to rule on the 18th. She eventually ruled on the 28th. But what is very significant here is that the life of the Police Service Commission that was suspended was due to end automatically on the 8th of August 2021. So the commission had less than 2 months to serve. And the question, therefore, is why would you violate the commission, the Constitution, to suspend the commission that had less than 2 months to serve?
Well, here is, you walk right into my train of thought for the next question, because here it is, the commission with 2 months life remaining. And this commission has established a list of persons to be promoted, the ranks to which they should be promoted, and has determined that some of the persons shortlisted for promotion were ineligible, having regard to the disciplinary charges that they were facing at the time. So it is clear to me that the intention was to ensure that the list of officers to be promoted by the commission under your chairmanship, the intention was to shut that down. Now that the judge has ruled that the action was unconstitutional, what happens to the list of promotions which came out from the commission that you chaired? Because I note the judge using the terms null, void, and of no legal effect in describing the action to suspend the Police Service Commission on the 16th of June 2021. Does that not mean that the promotions still stand in law and should be acted upon? And if not, what are the remedies?
Well, very good question. That is something that is percolating now. Very good question, is because the fact that the judge said, in my view, and we have to speak to the lawyers, because the fact that the judge said, as you rightly pointed out, that the suspension, the purported suspension on the 16th of June 2021 was null, void, and of no legal effect. My interpretation of that is that the commission was never suspended, and therefore all the work that the commission did between the 16th of June, when this purported suspension took place, and when the commission life ended on the 8th of August 2021, all the work that we did was lawful and should be recognized. Now, you viewers may recall that when on July 2nd last year, the Police Service Commission then moved with breakneck speed, and I'm using a term used by the Attorney General Alin Landela Friday the 24th night. He was accusing the commission that I chaired of moving with breakneck speed to promote these people. Now, this commission chaired by Bishop Patrick Farley, on the 1st of July, Finley, on the 1st of July last year, on the sidelines of the police anniversary church service, when he was questioned by the media operatives about our promotion for police ranks, he said that they had not reached to that stage, they hadn't begun to consider promotions and that type of thing. And the following day, July 2nd, the following day, they released a list of 200 and odd persons promoted. Now, in that list, when we examined that list, we found that 42 ranks who were promoted on the 28th day of June 2021 were not fully, well, let me put it this way. 38 were not promoted, and 4 who were promoted to lower rank than we had promoted them in 2021, 28th of June 2021. So you have 42 ranks who are affected. And as you pointed out, based on the fact that the judge has ruled that the purported suspension will null, void, and of no legal effect, we have got to pursue to see what happens, because the judge did not explicitly rule on that aspect. That was one of the aspects, that's one of the ruling we had asked for. So we have got to follow it up to see, because you have, as I've said before, you have 42 persons who were affected. And this can't go just like that. Of those 42, 1 person has died. Senior Superintendent Cooper died. They have some persons, I think 4 or 5 persons, my recollection, have retired and were not able to benefit from the remuneration which they should have gained based on the promotions that we made. So I'm going to be fighting for those persons. I'm going to be fighting to make sure that they get the just reward.
Following up on something else you said in your opening remarks and later on, you referenced the Carvel Duncan situation and Mr. Nandlal's position on it. There's a news report, I believe, in the Guyana Times of sometime around, I don't recall, the 17th of one month or the other in 2017.
I think you're referring to I have the article in Guyana Times, October the 17th, 2016,
Yes.
where the
Right.
headline, Greatest Constitutional Heresy is grounds for impeachment nonetheless. Yeah, that was the 17th of October, 2016.
I remember the 17th, yes, Guyana Times. Mr. Nandlal, that is, then in opposition, referenced Article 94 of the Constitution, which I shall quote. The president may be removed from office if he or she commits any violation of the Constitution or any gross misconduct. The procedure for removing him or her is prescribed in Article 180. Now, Article 180 goes on to describe the process which involves writing to the Speaker, presenting a motion before the National Assembly, the motion to be heard within 5 days of presentation. There shall be no debate on the motion. And if the motion is successfully passed by a 2/3 majority of the National Assembly, and I'm speaking from memory here, then a tribunal is established to investigate or to inquire into the situation, the alleged misconduct or violation of the Constitution. Then after that commission completes its work, it is to lodge a report with the National Assembly, and upon a vote of 2/3 majority, if the tribunal establishes wrongdoing or breach of the Constitution by the president, then a 2/3 majority vote in the National Assembly would remove the president from office. So here we are at the situation where the first step in this process has been established. The judge in a court of law in this country has ruled that the president violated the Constitution, which fits very snugly inside Article 94, which speaks to impeachment, which I just read. What are your views with regard to advancing the provisions of Article 94? Where does that place us as a country? Where does it position our democracy going forward? How does this decision and this provision of Article 94 speak to the rule of law in Guyana?
No, let me say this. The ruling is clear. I understand the very night of the ruling, the Attorney General indicated that the government will appeal the decision. So I have a suspicion, having said that, they are now desperate because, as you rightly pointed out, the first bell has been struck, so to speak. The court has ruled that the president violated the Constitution. And as you have indicated, Article 94 says that if the president violates the Constitution, he can be impeached and removed from office. So he has violated. That is what the court has ruled. Well, I guess they're going to appeal all the way to the CCJ. But let me say this again. When you look at Article 225 of the Constitution, which sets out the procedure for removing a constitutional person from office, it is clear that the Constitution was violated, so they can appeal as much as they want. They are only wasting time, and they are only, well, they are playing, trying to run the clock out. They are going to try to run the clock out to say, well, nothing should be done now until such time that the final appeal is heard. And you know, our final appeal is the Caribbean Court of Justice. So that is what, in respect of what action should be taken next in terms of that violation, as you pointed out, it is a parliamentary process, my understanding. So therefore, it's those persons who are in parliament and who are in politics to take it forward. I'm not going to get involved in that. I got involved in the part where I challenged the suspension, and the judge ruled in my favor that the suspension, according to the judge, the act to suspend was unlawful. It was ultra virus Article 225 of the Constitution. It was arbitrary. It was unreasonable. It was unfair. It was in violation of the suspended chairman and other commissioners' constitutional right to the protection of law and due process of law. And he said, finally, it was null, void, and of no legal effect. The ruling has been made. And so therefore, again, in a situation where you have the rule of law, even though in our case, we were being denied that, it is the right of the government and the Attorney General to appeal. So let's wait to hear what will happen then.
Putting on your law enforcement hat, Mr. Slow, here's a case where a court has ruled that the executive president, who's head of government and head of state, has violated the Constitution. What does that do for the morale of law enforcement officials, regardless of rank or status?
Well, not only the morale of law enforcement officials, but all Guyanese, because here you have a court basically ruling that the president has violated the law. And if we, they say when you speak about the rule of law, the rule of law speaks to everyone being equal under the law. So if you violate the law, then the natural consequences should flow. In this case, the Constitution says that if the president violates the Constitution, which the court has ruled that he did, then they say impeachment. Article 94 says that that is a ground for impeachment, and therefore I would expect that at some stage that process will be triggered.
I want to shift away from this for a moment and ask you, sir, if you have managed to find any precedent anywhere in this region or beyond for a police officer who's not the most senior in a police force, superseding his senior in an acting appointment. Have you, as in the case of Mr. Hicken being substantively an assistant commissioner of police, superseding Mr. Paul Williams, who is a deputy commissioner substantively, is there any precedent of that nature anywhere else in the region in law enforcement that you're aware of?
None that I'm aware of, none, especially in an acting appointment. Let's understand this.
Acting, I'm specifying acting.
Yes, in an acting appointment. Not that I'm aware of, because the public service rules of Guyana, under which the police operates in these things, make it clear that when it comes to acting appointment goes to the senior person. Unless there are clear circumstances, like they say, for example, you talk about streaming. And by streaming, I mean, if you are in a particular area, then they might be able to justify why someone else in the force, not in that area, someone else in the force might be made to act. But I have no recollection, and I have done the research. I can't find of anything similar where a person who is junior is made to act in such a senior position above someone senior to them.
And you are in touch with the Guyana Police Force, the establishment.
Well, I know the establishment. I know the establishment well because having spent 37 years in the force, having spent 3 years as the chairman of the Police Service Commission, I'm aware of the establishment. I'm aware of the rules. I'm aware of the seniority. These things are known to me.
And you're also on the ground and in touch with personnel within the establishment. What are some of the reactions that you've been getting from inside the police force with regard to the acting appointment of Mr. Hicken above Mr. Paul Williams, his senior?
Well, a lot of people are very upset, but the whole thing is that the atmosphere is so toxic. People are so intimidated that people are afraid to speak out. So I get many calls and messages and so, where people complain and point out these unnecessary, well, not only unnecessary, these discriminatory practices and so on, they pointed out, but they are morbidly afraid to speak out, even when they themselves are affected. Because in the police force, what happens? People are transferred. there's a tool that is being used to victimize and to punish people. So it's not easy. So that when a man, let's say a man is on the coast someplace with his family and fairly comfortable, and then the next thing you know, if you are not liked, you are transferred to some remote location away from your family. It can be very, very discouraging. So some people would prefer to stay silent. We have others as well who would tell you, Chief, that refer to me as sour still, or Chief still, they get a year or they get a few months more or a short time towards retirement, and they prefer to stay in the corner, stay quiet, because they don't want the benefits to be affected. If they want to speak out, then that is likely to happen to them. So the atmosphere is a very toxic atmosphere, very, very toxic. People are afraid. Police ranks are afraid to speak. They call names that from the time they would tell you about senior officers who cuss them out in the vilest of language, and they have to stay quiet. They tell you these things. They tell you these things, but they are afraid. And in some cases, I could understand, because, as I've said, if you have a few months to retirement, you don't want to speak up. But in my case, let me remind, I would normally remind them that when I stood up to the correct thing in 2003 against President Jagdeo and Ronald Gadraj, I had like about 7 more years to go. But that would not have prevented me from taking the action that I took, because I know that that was the correct action.
Yeah, it's a bit troubling, because if one is not prepared to stand in defense of one's rights, then, and if that becomes the situation across the board, then really, I mean, you know, it's disaster. It's a disaster. But I also want to get your perspective, Mr. Slow, on the appointment of 29, I believe, civilians. They've been inducted into the Guyana Police Force, and I believe accorded the rank of Sergeant of Police. And they now form the nucleus of the prosecutorial arm of the Guyana Police Force. Civilians walking into the Guyana Police Force, getting the rank of sergeant. People have been there for 10 years, Lance Corporal. People have been overlooked for promotion. There's an established number of sergeants which can be accommodated in the Guyana Police Force. 29 coming in fresh, no track record of policing, essentially prevents 29 prospective corporals of police and lower ranks from being promoted to the rank of sergeant. What are the implications, first of all? Is this with or without precedent that civilians are brought in and promoted to sergeant? What are the implications for the Guyana Police Force, the establishment, the number of officers, the number of non-commissioned officers at the rank of sergeant, and the prospects for promotion of those who are working diligently towards promotion?
Well, when you talk about precedent, let me remind our viewers, or inform, because if I say that I'm reminding, I'm assuming that they know, but some may not know. The government came into, the president was sworn in on the 2nd of August 2020. And the very month of August 2020, several ranks were recruited to the Presidential Guard. Several ranks were recruited to the Presidential Guard. And the following month, September, they were promoted to the rank of sergeant. So they came in August of 2020, and September they were promoted to sergeant. And since then, there has been a lot of grumbling, because you have a lot of ranks in the force, qualified corporals who are detectives, who have skills, who are prosecutors, and they are overlooked for promotion for whatever reason. This 29 now makes it even worse, because here you have people straight off. I think they went to, they might have completed the law studies at the university, and they are brought into the force green as dungs, green as green dungs, green as grass, and they are given the rank of sergeant, and they are there as prosecutors. You have lots of seasoned prosecutors in the police force who are prosecuting alongside them, I suspect, and they are corporals, they are low in rank. So people are upset with the old discrimination. people, the ranks are upset, and then you'd have noted, I think, a statement from the Attorney General that there are more to come. So again, the ranks don't want to speak out, but the ranks are very, very upset, and it is very demoralizing to know that you're there as a detective working diligently for all these years. You catch a two-stripe, you're a corporal, and a civilian comes off the road, he's a sergeant. And let me say this, you have many ranks in the force who have qualified themselves. They have degrees, they have diplomas, and are experienced and qualified police ranks, and they are not considered. But here you have civilians walking in. The presidential guard, I think it was about 12 or 13 of them, came in on August, promoted to sergeant in September. Now you have civilians walking in and promoted to sergeant. And then you have a case too with the last promotion that I referred to that took place on the 2nd of July last year, where people who have not passed, who never sat the appropriate qualifying examination, are promoted to ranks. And the Standing Order 22 of the police force is clear that in order to be promoted to certain ranks, to be promoted from a sergeant to an inspector, you must pass the appropriate qualifying examination. To be promoted from an inspector to the gazetted rank, you must pass the appropriate qualifying examinations. And you have dozens of cases in the last promotion where people have not even attempted to sit the examination, and they are promoted to in that corrupt list that was revealed. You know, we make joke of it sometimes because people who had left the force, civilians, people who had left the force, they were members of the force, they had left the force, they were promoted. You had one case where one rank was promoted to 2 different ranks in the same list. So it's a whole corrupt process. So yes, people are demoralized. Again, if you were to ask them, they are not going to admit it because they are afraid. They are not going to admit that they're afraid of victimization. But that is what you have. And that cannot augur well for the police force. It cannot. You cannot operate a police force where people are demoralized to the point where they just come to work, do as little as possible to get their pay, and they go back home. They are demoralized, and that does not augur well for the force. It does not augur well for the country.
We have about 8 or so minutes remaining, Mrs. Lowe. I want to discuss a matter here with you, and it is not about the charge, the allegation, or, well, the allegation and possible charge. It has to do with procedure, police procedure. And I refer here to the case of Mr. Ogunse. This conversation is not to discuss whether he said what he said, whether he was right or wrong or whatever. The procedure is what I'd like to get to the bottom of. Here's a gentleman who says something at a public meeting, whatever that thing is. And it raises the ire of the political directorate of the country. The president spoke to it, the attorney general, and others spoke about this matter, proffering points of view with respect to what offenses may or may not have been committed. And then this gentleman appears on not one, but at least 2 additional public meeting platforms. And he speaks again. He appears on these platforms in the presence of police officers who are monitoring, because public meetings, political public meetings, are always monitored by the police. And the conversation about what he said at that earlier meeting continues in the public domain. The police, there's no report anywhere in the media or anywhere that I have access to. There's no report of any account where the police attempts to engage this gentleman. There's no report about the police making any attempt to contact the gentleman, much less arrest him. But then a wanted bulletin is issued, and offenses are listed on that wanted bulletin. His address is listed on the wanted bulletin. There's a gentleman who is known as a political activist, known to be an executive member of a political party. The bulletin says where he lives. Why in the first place is a bulletin issued, a wanted bulletin issued for Mr. Ogunse? Is it normal police procedure to issue a bulletin or to seek to engage the person? And secondly, is it proper police procedure to arrest someone and then keep that person in custody while investigations are ongoing, or when investigations are going to be embarked upon? Or is it usual or perhaps more reasonable for the investigations to be completed and then the person be arrested and charged and placed before the court? In this case, I believe from the public meeting at which this gentleman spoke to the time of the wanted bulletin may have been somewhere close to 3 weeks, enough perhaps for an investigation to be started and completed. What's wrong, if anything at all, with the procedure employed, and what's the appropriate kind of action to be taken in such circumstances?
Now, the first thing, you made reference to statement issued, made in respect to whatever statement was made by Mr. Ogunse. And again, I agree, I'm not going to discuss, because to be truthful, I didn't even listen to what Mr. Ogunse said, but I'm going to comment on the police action. The first thing, you had what I refer to as a dog whistle. And the viewers might know what a dog whistle is. Dog whistle was sounded by the President and the Attorney General. That is to say, after Mr. Ogunse made a statement, they went public and they accused him of treason. They accused him of all kind of offense, all different type of offenses. And from the time that dog whistle was sounded, I know, and I commented publicly, because something similar happened in the Winston Winston Jordan case, where statements were made, and I had said then that if I were a betting man, the fact that the Vice President called out Soku and said that he was disappointed that Soku did not take action against certain former ministers, that very soon Soku was going to arrest Mr. Jordan and find something for him. And so said, so done. In this case, again, when the dog whistle was sounded, I made a similar statement that the fact that the President and the Attorney General were calling out the police and telling the police, or were saying publicly that this man committed certain offenses, that very soon that he was going to be arrested. But in terms of the question about wanted bulletin, let me say this. This is a new trend in policing, any place in the world. Let me emphasize that. This is a new trend in policing all over the world, where a person is wanted for, you want a person for investigation. No attempt is made to go to where that person lives, or to contact him, or to arrest him, or to invite him to the station. But you're going to issue a wanted bulletin. No, that does not mean any place else. Wanted bulletins are issued when you're doing an investigation. You have made attempts to contact the person, the subject. You made attempts. You cannot get the person. The person is evading arrest. In other words, you have evidence that the person is trying to evade the police. And in many cases too, the name, the address of the person, might not be known. So you might know the name, you don't know his address. So therefore, in those circumstances, a wanted bulletin may be justified. But it's a case where this man is known. The wanted bulletin has his address in it, or at his last address. And from all the evidence, no attempt is made to go to this address to see if you get this man. The man is an executive member of a political party. No attempt is made to get a phone number. I don't know if his number is listed or what, or to call him, but they issue the wanted bulletin. And I said that's a new trend, because in many instances, the first time people know that the police want them in relation to any matter is when they see the wanted bulletin on social media or elsewhere. And that is wrong. That is wrong. And as you pointed out, normally, as I've said, you do your investigation. In many cases, the investigation might not be completed depending on the nature of the offense. You might make an arrest. You might have enough evidence to make an arrest. And in some cases, you charge and you continue aspect. It is not unknown that you charge and you continue investigation. But at the time of charging, you would have enough evidence, what we call prima facie evidence. And then there may be some things to tie up. But as I've said, this is a new form of policing. People are arrested, people are kept for 72 hours, which again is another abuse. There's nothing saying that a person who's arrested must be kept for 72 hours. What the law is that the person shall not be kept for more than 72 hours unless you get permission from a court. So there's nothing wrong in this case where the man turns himself in. Obviously, a person who turns himself in is not a flight risk. If the person is a flight risk, then they would not turn themselves in. A person turns him or herself in, and then you arrest them. You're going to keep them there for 72 hours or more, and then you're likely to either put them on bail or to put them before the court. That is an abuse of the person's right. And I would hope that people take up these things. You see, some of these things you have to challenge. You have to challenge it and let the courts rule on the constitutionality or the lawfulness of such an action. But it is wrong. It is wrong. And let me say this here, I'm going to be controversial. Let me say this. In many cases, I believe the lawyers are facilitating this because when they see the wanted bulletin, the next thing is that they go and they turn the client in. Now, understand this clearly. When a wanted bulletin is issued in the manner they are issued now, and a person goes in, or if you hear a statement that a person is wanted for questioning by SOCO or some other branch of the police force, or they should report to the police, they're not going there for coffee. They're not going there for tea. Once you get there, it is automatic. The pattern has been established. Once you get there, you are going to be arrested. Some allegation is going to be put to you. You are going to be arrested. You are going to be kept for 72 hours. And if you are lucky, at the end of 72 hours, you are likely to appear before the court where you are likely to be granted bail, or you can be remanded. But understand what is taking place. So I would say, and this is the controversial part, that if the police want me, they have to come and get me. I am not going to hide. I'm not going to hide. I'm not going to evade the police. But I'm not going to make the police work easier by just walking in there knowing fully well what the consequences are going to be. If you want a person, you have to contact them. And if you fail to contact them, if the person is avoiding contact with you, then and only then you should be issuing a wanted bulletin. But I've said this is a new form of police, and it only happens in Guyana. It only happens in Guyana. Nowhere else in the world you find investigation is being done or an allegation is made and wanted bulletin without an attempt to contact that person. We have cases in Guyana now. I can speak of that with first-hand knowledge, where persons are charged and placed before the court and no allegation is ever put to them. No allegation in respect to the charge is put to them, but they're before the court and walking the way. Those things are wrong. Those things are wrong. But the fact that the police force now is so politically controlled, and let me say this again, the police force now is under unprecedented political control, because I am sure that the action taken against Mr. Ogunsi, the actions were directed by politicians. They would have told them to go and to deal with it in that particular manner. They have certain officers. My colleague described one as southwest of SOCO office. They are the ones who tell them what to do. And when they tell them that, they just do whatever is done. One we recall not so long ago, the police officer, Ramana from SOCO, arresting a lawyer for telling her client he should remain silent and not give a statement to the police. She was arrested by the police. So that is the state that we are living now. Political directions. I don't have people, the senior people don't have this backbone. They don't have balls. They don't have the knowledge, perhaps, to say, well, look, it cannot be done in this manner. They just do whatever they're told. And I suspect that is why many of them are appointed, because they put them in this position, knowing full well that whatever they tell them to do, they will do.
Mr. Paul Slow, retired Assistant Commissioner of Police, former chairman of the Police Service Commission of Guyana, an advocate for the rule of law, an advocate for fairness, and the gentleman who prides himself with speaking out, exposing corruption and incompetence. Mr. Paulslow, I want to thank you very much for accepting my invitation to join me on Nation Watch today. And I thank you very much for your contribution to the program, sir.
Thank you very much for having me here this afternoon, Mr. Williams.
And to our viewers, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us for this edition of Nation Watch and for staying as you usually do to the very end. Enjoy the rest of Palm Sunday and the Easter season. Until we meet again next Sunday, by God's grace, for another edition of Nation Watch, take good care of yourselves.
You just living from pay to paycheck. When I get to get paid, cost of living high, the pressure high, getting worse every day. When the man call you for something, you just know it's another bill. You want end this but you can't take it and have nothing inside your will. Well, every day you feel you want to chuck it, cause it seems you don't have no luck. You got families, plenty friends, but nobody don't give up. Well, everybody go through this struggle. Some people get worse than you. We have some people existing and they don't have a clue. You can't do this thing without faith. Trusting God and you will be great.
Episode 1 of The Gold Mafia.
We love the gangster lifestyle. You live by the gun, you die by the gun.
The biggest challenge Zimbabwe now faces is the gold mafia.
Al Jazeera's investigative unit infiltrates the rival gangs that control Africa's gold.
As long as you grease the wheels in Africa, there's no issue. Smuggling. That's what it is, smuggling.
All the paper trails legitimate. It's not like somebody can question it.
Former members of the Gold Mafia speak exclusively to the I Unit.
The gold mafia is bigger than the government, bigger than any of the authorities.
What do you think is going to happen?
They kill you, don't they?
Exactly.
Undercover journalists pose as gangsters who want to launder more than $100 million.
It's black money. The funds are substantial.
The I Unit obtains thousands of confidential documents that expose how organized crime groups use gold to launder money.
You sold it to a refinery and the money got paid in the bank account. So it's very clean that way.
Once it's refined, it's practically brand new gold.
A good washing machine, right?
The money to be invested, it's not in the books in Hong Kong or China.
It is black money. The funds are substantial.
Is it 100 million? Is it 50 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 20 million? Is it
It's more than 100.
Okay.
Kamlesh Patni is one of Africa's most notorious gold dealers. He calls himself Brother Paul after founding his own church.
We try to move our money to find investment overseas.
Mr. Stanley leads the I Unit's undercover team. They're posing as gangsters who need to launder dirty cash from China.
It's very important to get the right person.
Yeah.
As a starting point. Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you in a very crude way. As a way of explanation, they're looking for a Hawala system.
Yes.
To get the money out.
Yeah, sure.
Johnny is posing as a black market trader, our Hawala man, who moves money across borders without using banks.
And the Hawala system is based on trust.
Trust
and connections.
Yes.
But we need advice.
Base. Infrastructure.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Invest in you.
Yeah, if you
because you have all the connections.
Structure already.
No, if you have the trust.
Patni claims to have the trust of Africa's leaders.
Glory be to God, yeah. This is the the President Mugabe.
Oh, my
This is me. I got the award as Lifetime Africa Achievement Award. This is Uganda.
Oh, that's you.